So this marks the beginning of my commentary on chapter 23 of the Proverbs. It has been a long road so far, a road that began in August, and it is one that continues now into April of the following year. So, without to delay, let's start here with verse 1. Now, I did a slight reading of the first couple verses, and it seems like we're beginning with a verse that is connected to another. Every once in a while this happens in the Proverbs. Sometimes it happens during an entire chapter. But we will consider these verses together as it makes sense. When you sit to eat with a ruler, consider diligently what is before you, and put a knife to your throat, if you be a man given to appetite. Be not desirous of his dainties, for they are deceitful meat. Labor not to be rich. Cease from your own wisdom. Okay, so we're going to have to tackle all of these verses as they relate to each other. I could have kept going, and this chapter is one that sort of bleeds into the rest of them, but these first few, I think, directly relate to each other. So let's start and expand the landscape a little bit about this first verse. When you're sitting and eating with a ruler, I want to reflect a little bit about what we would be considering, what the result of our diligence would produce. So there are many different forms of rulers, I suppose. In this context, we really don't think of all of the people that have a particular position of power. We don't necessarily consider in the Western world a mayor to be a ruler. We don't consider a governor to be a ruler. Well, perhaps we do. It's kind of difficult to say. Certainly, if we can think of the president as a ruler, or the Senate body as a ruling body, there's some gray area. And I think the gray area has, at least in some respect, to do with the relative position of authority. And the greater the level of power or position of authority, I think the greater the impact, the greater the number of people that are influenced by this person, by this ruler. A ruler is a term that is often reserved to societies that lie outside of the democratic process, though increasingly I think it is becoming the case that the class that occupies the political domain, as corrupt as it has become in some aspects, have increasingly been referred to as the ruling elites, the ruling class, and perhaps there always has been, but given another time, period, perhaps health of institutions, I'm not sure the same expression would be used. And so I bring all of that up because what is wound up within this ruler is a sense of profound position. When I say position, I'm imagining a network in which there are many different conscious beings that are communicating with one another, articulating with one another to create society, to create some collective culture or standards of behavior. The ruler's place in that node, in that network, is often quite influential, and their movement, or their behavior, or their declarations are something that shapes the rest of the network. It is a major input of information. And given the scope of influence that a singular person or a body of people has, I think the larger this is, the greater the risk, the greater the potential, again, the greater the power. And as we consider this, I think we intimately consider in greater detail the aspects of their being, of how they behave, how they interact with one another, what their values are. And it is all of this that becomes all the more salient because of the ability to exercise their experience and influence so many other experiences, let's say. And so diligence in this sense, I think, is paying particular attention to the details of what the person is saying, of their manner of behavior, and again, of their values. The second verse, and put a knife to your throat, and you be a man, if you be a man that is given to appetite. Of course, this is a warning against corruption. A man of appetite is hungry for the superficial satiation. I had finished sort of a confession the other day about pretty much just this, being in some respect a man of appetite. I think we all have these aspects of ourselves. There are certain periods in my life I feel like that I am more influenced by it than others, but the recent maybe couple weeks I've been given to appetite, and I have used my non-working hours instead of in a productive manner. I have chosen leisure activities that have been well outside of what can be considered productive, and it's difficult when it happens. And there is an aspect of the productive self that wishes to put a knife to the unproductive self. But in this situation, given the gravity of what we were saying here, the knife to the throat is the threat against existence, not just an aspect of man's experience. This is followed up by verse 3, be not desirous of his dainties, for they are deceitful meat. This is another warning against the appetite, the sexual appetite, given that this ruler will have the abundance, the fruits that are on display on the table, and it's not just the appetite to fill a belly, it is all appetites that we can imagine. Labor not to be rich, cease from your own wisdom. Now this is an interesting one. I think that within this aspect of the appetite, we have a clue to what this verse means, because the second half of that verse, cease from your own wisdom, is a bit troubling, because we certainly wouldn't want to throw ourselves away from that which is true. So, in the manner that I mean here with the appetites, there is a particular understanding of the way that we would like to be. There's a value structure. There are ways in which we bind ourselves to make inferences and come to some understanding. There are experiences that we have that shape the reasons why we desire certain things. What this verse, I think, is prompting us to consider is the level of the lens of the eye, perhaps, or that which that is so close to our experience, our conscious experience, that sometimes I think it could be missed. It could be something that escapes the light of reflection. And this does have to do with our value structure. This has to do with our behavior. This has to do with our desires. Labor not to be rich. There's a certain type of richness that is being outlined here. It is not a richness of heart or a richness of close personal relationships. It is the type of richness and abundance that is in excess. It is the type of abundance that we would benefit from a great deal if it was placed in the proper arena. But since it is now placed within the appetites, within the superficial, within the vain, we are being instructed not to labor for it, or for its sake, because riches could just be simple money, in which we are laboring for a medium by which value flows through. It is not the end point. And while man may, and I may, have difficulty understanding exactly where to place the value, there are certain fundamentals that I cannot abandon, even if I don't enjoy it every single time I interact with the object or the person that I place my value. It is a commitment of discipline and of faith. And so these storehouses, unlike money that I mentioned, these places for which we deposit our value, I think these places are reciprocal. We get value back from them, whether it be a person or an object here being this Bible, or a person like a close friend of mine or a family member. And so much like I mentioned earlier, the context matters here, because it is not a totalizing sort of thing. Our labors will eventually be towards something that will increase our riches, but it is the particular type of riches that are of concern here. Cease from your own wisdom. This is the key. It is not saying cease from wisdom. It is saying cease from your own personally generated wisdom, especially this personally generated wisdom that is incongruent with reality. For wisdom is something that I think, like many things, unfortunately, it cannot be freed from pollution. But at its best, it is the way in which we can understand, or perhaps it's the aspect of knowing, that allows us to facilitate bondedness, or that quality of binding between people, to facilitate glory in personal interactions, to facilitate expansion of relationships and of thought and of creative experience. It is the solidification and the production of love. Now, this wisdom, I think, can be sought in all sorts of ways. But there are ways in which we can bind ourselves, whether it be internally or between. There are ways in which this binding can occur that can place the value in the wrong place. And while we may be very good at procuring material objects or things for ourselves, and we leverage these things for close relationships, ultimately where the value is placed is not high enough to facilitate true meaning and purpose. That is not to say that meaning and purpose don't come from material goods. Surely we can experience satisfaction from it. The next verse, will you set your eyes upon that which is not? For riches certainly make themselves wings. They fly away as an eagle towards heaven. And this is a beautiful statement. It's a beautiful question. Will you set your eyes upon that which is not? This concept of nothingness is something that I have been talking about recently in the Proverbs. It is a perennial problem, I think, of man's deliberation. of his experience, his conceptualization of nothingness. I think of his current cosmological account of something from nothingness, and I can't help but be amazed or in awe at what this verse is allowing me to see. And that is, in the context of this something from nothingness, in the modern, cosmological perspective, there is nothing but good intention behind the scientific process by which we come to understand these things. It is a true hunger for knowledge and for truth that physicists and the people that practice the fundamental sciences are after. But it's so interesting that their pursuits have led them to nothing. Of course, there is something that they see, but there's something is ultimately from nothing. Will you not set your eyes upon that which is not? And what I think here is that the wisdom that is generated by the firm pursuit of the material and fundamental sciences, it gives us information. It gives us information that is reasonable, that is observable, empirical. But there is something about this. There is something that is true. Cease from your own wisdom. That because we feel that we have seen something in a particular way, in a particular relationship, it doesn't necessarily mean that we understand the big picture, and that what we see is but an aspect, or at least can be an aspect. And in our modern worldview, the same could be said of every age, regardless of the institution that it has the power. We have to walk this fine line between ceasing of our own wisdom versus the hunger and that open capacity for information that would expand our understanding, greater than the already established degree. For riches certainly make themselves wings. Wings that fly away as an eagle towards heaven. Now this last part of the verse, as an eagle towards heaven, I think what is being described here is two things. Number one, the superficiality that I mentioned earlier of the appetites and of the corruption. The things that provide this for man, that type of abundance, material abundance, that thing flies away towards God. It's ultimately integrated into something that is higher. We, in our fallen nature, may integrate this as something to replace God. And here there's this strange figurating that I see between this nothingness, the nothingness, and also the placing of attention into something that is much lower than that which gave rise to that thing. Or perhaps to put this a bit differently, that when we are prompted to consider that which is not, it is saying that in this strange, delicate sense that I mentioned earlier about these important contextual cues and considerations, this verse is putting a firm line through all of that and recognizing that outright, I think. And the reason that I think that this is true is because when it had mentioned riches, the appetites, labor not to be rich, there's a sense in which this is true. There's a sense in which it is not. And then there is this contextual line through it, that which is not. There's this continual prompting to reflect on that which is versus that which is not. And if it is to be the case that laboring for the riches, for the dainties, for the deceitful meats, if this is to be something that is colloquially referred to as a rich or something that's valuable, something that increases our wealth in some way, perhaps, then we have to consider what it truly brings us. If it brings us that which is without, that makes us long for something that it truly is important, then perhaps we are not looking high enough, and that the things that ultimately give us satisfaction are short-term. They're as a bird that perches itself outside of our window, a pleasure to see, a pleasure to hear, but shortly it will fly away. And so it is not the bird that we place our faith. It is not the transitory. It is the thing that, again, this is a big jump to make from just observing the bird. It is to be thankful for the mechanism and the process by which that bird has come to be. It has come to be out of some extension of being itself, the ultimate being. Eat you not the bread of him that has an evil eye, neither desire you his dainty meats. For as he thinks in his heart, so is he. Eat and drink, says he to you, but his heart is not with you. Okay, so there are a couple things that need to be said here. It appears to me that these couple of verses here are an extension of verses prior, and it's not necessary that we integrate them with the verses prior. I think it does provide a certain degree of continuity of interpretation. This sort of thing is best for long, extended periods of study, but in the intermittent chunks that I choose to tackle this with, about an hour every day, sometimes it's better to take it verse by verse, or a couple verses together. So exactly where this will go, I'm not too sure, but that's the first thing I wanted to mention. At least there is this relationship to verses prior. Second, there's a lot of rich symbolism in these two verses. Symbolism that we've seen before, but altogether interesting and a new opportunity to reflect on them. And I find myself wondering here, I may go back to some previous verses, some things that I may have not covered, but we'll see. Again, we'll see where this road leads. So starting with verse 6, eat not you the bread of him that has an evil eye, and neither desire you his dainty meats. So starting with the first half of that verse, eat you not the bread of him that has an evil eye. Upon initial glance, this is relatively straightforward. I think on some level, certainly at the level of the heart, we can appreciate why we do not do this. At the level of reason, it can be a little bit more difficult to articulate and to make the necessary logical connections. So let's begin by breaking down this symbol, the bread of a person, the bread of him. Now, of course, bread is a staple food, certainly to the ancient peoples, it was seen the crop that it was wrought from was fundamental to their survival and to their existence. And so this relationship, this fundamental relationship of sustenance, I think is carried through here in this symbol, in this analogy. And so now the question is, if bread is to be this, or if I'm going to take this interpretation of bread to be the fundamental support of sustenance, of renewal, by extension, regeneration, in what way do we as human beings participate in this principle? Because it's more than just the bread that facilitates our experience. Of course, on the physical level, without the physical input of the material from the outside, we would surely perish. And there is a lesser parallel to the types of nutritious input that we receive as human beings that also facilitate our growth and rejuvenation. But I think in absence of all interaction, let's say, and then the sole input of food, I think the mind would eventually betray the body. Not in every situation, of course, but to be in solitary confinement, for example, for years without any interaction with anything other than the food that is given to them through some slit in the door. This is a rather strange experiment, but I think one can see how the mind would deteriorate because it lacks sufficient input, much like if the body was deprived of information or nutrients to sustain the cells would die, the essential functions of our organs would stop, and we would perish. To a lesser degree, as I've said, this applies to the mind. The mind is able, it is a fascinating engine. It is able to create worlds within itself, to keep itself occupied, but also it is vulnerable given a lack of input. So if we put away the differences in kind between the type of sustaining fulfillment that we get from our nutrition and then the types that we get that are outside of food, like our just basic interaction with other people or interaction with the environment in general. There are all sorts of types of people out there, some of whom would be perfectly fine to go without human experience, or human interaction, I should say. But all the same, they would still require some interaction with the environment to keep themselves invested in their experience. And so in this vein, in this light, examining and considering how we extend ourselves, much like I had gone through in chapter 22, about the extension of spirit as this idea of the extension of self beyond ourselves into the domain, into the experience of another, much like a fisherman casts a net out to catch fish. We cast our spirit out with these, with this similar analogy to the net, this interwoven piece of fabric, but in a spiritual, literary or imaginative sense. And the various fibers that make up this fabric are things that are an extension of our reason, an extension of our heart, our feelings, emotions, desires, all of this sort of thing. Another example of that would be the extension of the self to the car, where the car is not an immediate self, but it is, to some degree, an extension of us. When we are in it, we are able to perceive the surroundings, we are able to detect its boundaries, so that just because that we run up closely to something doesn't mean that we will hit it, because we understand that there is space that is required to make room for the vehicle as an extension of ourselves. And as we enter into that flow state, as we are driving regularly, this sort of thing becomes second nature. And so by this, I am beginning to conceptualize the extension of the symbol of bread, the bread of Him. And that what we would accept from Him if we are offered bread by Him, whether it be in the literal sense of going to this person's house or being in this person's company and eating of the food that He cooks for us. In this way, we are sharing an intimate experience with Him. An intimate experience is more than just basic sharing of food. It is communication, it is relationship building, it is all of this sort of thing. It is the intertwining of the nets, of the spiritual nets. And again, part of what we see with the extension of this spiritual net is number one, I think we have to consider the bond. That is the bond that connects the souls together in a way. And by this bond between souls, we have a bond between experiences. We have the ability to facilitate an exchange of value between two people. And that is, by and large, dictated by our will, but also the necessary circumstances that surround our existence. Survival being one, the need for social interaction and of validation being another. We can go through many different potential variables here, but just a few I think suffice to provide and to illuminate the illustration. So one more analogy here that I think might be useful, since we are considering bread, this substance that is often associated with food, or also in the Christian sense, the body of Christ. But this is an interesting extension of the analogy, but I think it also serves as an expander, so that bread is not just localized into the physical object. The analogy that I want to use here can also be seen within the physical object. And if we imagine bread being poisoned by somebody, I think this fulfills some of the parallels that I was saying earlier. Because in the Platonic sense, or also in the Old Testament sense, what we are doing when we make bread is endowing material substrate with heavenly principles. Heavenly principles being the purpose, the sway, the meaningful direction of behavior, such that it is transformed into something else. Bread is transformed from simpler substances, yeast and wheat, into something that is consumable by man. And so heavenly principles has elevated the material condition of the bread and made it into something that is more purposeful. If we imagine the introduction of poison into the bread to be given to us by the person that we are with, this is another elevation. It is a heavenly elevation, in a sense, in a way. It's an elevation in purpose and in design, but it is negative, it is bad, it is evil, because the intention is to eliminate experience. The intention is opposite that of creation. It is towards destruction, for the sake of destruction. And here comes back to mind verse 5, will you set your eyes upon that which is not? And in a sense, the person, staying with my analogy here, the physical analogy of bread, the extension of the principle, the heavenly principles, and the distortion of them towards the evil disposition. The mind of that person that is attempting to elevate or add endow purpose into the material substrate has their eyes set upon that which is not. Ultimately, right? I mean, there is some larger design, surely, in the purpose by which they have come to the conclusion that poisoning the bread for our consumption is the best option. But they have decided that there's an element, a usefulness in nothingness that would then serve their ends. And to that purpose, and to that purpose of nothing, I think it can be considered evil or anti-creationary. And that's not to say that when things end, it's anti-creationary or that it's evil. Ending and creative destruction are, I think, two different things. There are certain things that are meant to end in the way that they do, and there are other things that are set into motion by willful agents that ought not to be set in motion. Eat you not the bread of him that has an evil eye. And so I've already gotten into this a little bit about the evil eye. It is that mind that is directed towards that nothingness. And again, I want to reiterate that this nothingness is at the end of that road, perhaps beyond the immediate road that they see in front of them. I think often within the wicked, within the foolish, what is considered is the immediate. It is the failure of recognition that there is consequences well beyond that which they can see, and it is the lack of care and discretion that is exercised by these individuals that prioritize the long-term consequences over the short-term gain. Or, I should say, that prioritize the short-term gain over the long-term consequences, whether they're seen or not. Now, this evil eye does imply an aspect of vision. Is a particular aspect of vision, much like the bread is an elevation of the material, whereas the organ of the eye is the material, elevated certainly by organisms, by processes that are beyond man's experience, but that's sort of a separate thing. That is, well, that's for later discussion. The parallel that I want to draw here is that man uses this object, even if he didn't necessarily have a role in creating it, he uses this heavenly organ, object, that is endowed with so much meaning and purpose. It is directed towards the perception of the physical environment. And because it is directed towards this, it is directed towards the perception. It is not actively involved in the perception, but it gathers the information such that the perception would then be possible. What we are seeing here in somewhat imprecise terms is the extension of this organ of the eye, or at least our related experience to it, and the way in which we use the information that it provides us. And this is sort of a reflection within. It is a reflection on the will of the person that utilizes that experience. And again, we are thinking in context for what we have, from where we have already come. Will you set your eyes upon that which is not? For riches certainly make themselves wings. They fly away as an eagle towards heaven. This could be a temptation of sorts, a temptation on the part of that which, the aspect of the person that is evil, that is tempting our eyes to look as his eyes do, unto this nothingness. Eat you not the bread of him that has an evil eye. He is extending his spirit around you. He is satiating your desires. He is providing you with that principle of support and sustenance that man needs, whether it be in the physical sense or in the extended physical sense of mind and of purpose, or of all of the above in a sort of symbolic gesture, inviting somebody over for dinner such that they can expose them to this evil eye, to this way of seeing. Neither desire you his dainty meats. This is the second aspect of the verse. Now before, when I saw this word dainty, in verse 3, be not desirous of his dainties, for they are deceitful meat. I had interpreted this as the woman, as the female. And this can be extended in all sorts of ways. If a woman is reading this, it would be interpreted slightly differently, of course, but I think we can continue with that analogy, but also I think there's more to be said here. There's more. There are more general principles, more foundational principles. So dainty meats. Within the word dainty, we have something that means something that is delicately small, pretty. It could be something that is hard to please, finicky. It could be something that is considered a delicacy, not something that is necessarily required for the maintenance of body and mind, but something that is luxurious, more than necessary. Now, I don't necessarily claim that that which is more than necessary is evil or bad, but I think it depends on the way in which it's used. Another important aspect here is just that. It is the aspectual. It is the small. It is the small bits that we choose to, this interesting word, this small, because literally it is small, but also it is small in value. And I think what we are also prompted to consider here is the turning of the eye towards something that sustains us but is in smallness of value. If something that sustains us with very little value, in some sense it's good, but it depends on what we say by little value. If it's literally little value, that is, it is maybe like it's trying to sustain ourselves off of cookies, for example. It provides us with very little nutrition. It provides us with a lot of sugar, which is bad for our bones, our teeth, our overall health, or the function of our organs. It may give us energy in the short term, but in the long term it will have negative health consequences. Neither desire you his dainty meats. So we have to remember an extension of the prior half of the verse, that what we are seeing here is the temptation into nothingness by the small and superficially valuable. And when I say superficially valuable, that there is this aspect of value, but it's at a particular level, in a particular plane, that value satisfies the superficial desires. It tempts to move this level of superficial satisfaction, like the eating of chocolate or the physical pleasures, or the temptation of attention away from what we ought to be attending to something that is lower, like truly lower in value. It takes the superficial value and the block that it has and it moves it to a layer that is deeper and tempts it to say that no, actually your deeper layer of value structure is this superficial layer. And now what is essentially being extended by this evil person is the expansion of the superficial value. If one has this extension of the superficial value, I think they will be more likely to attribute their attention to that sphere because it's just a larger part of their value hierarchy structure. And given the sheer volume of that, if one orients themselves around the vain and the superficial, they are more easily corrupted by the vain and the superficial, by the dainty meats, by the small aspects of the superficial that tempt to pervert or to destroy, corrupt, much like a poison, erode the boundaries between the deeper layers of reason and of value. For as he thinks in his heart, so is he. Now that is a profound verse. I was thinking about this general conception the other day. The past week or so, I've had some difficulty riding the wave, the meaning wave, and really catching the verses that open up a broader sense of wonder and of purpose to life. And it's not to say that I haven't been able to do it. Surely when I've sat down to do these episodes, I've found it. But whether it be through fatigue or exhaustion or through the quality of the verses that I've been going through lately, there has been something that has been a bit draining on me. But this verse and the series of verses that have led up to this, I think are extremely deep in what they are trying to get across. On one level, we are being warned against the vain. We are being warned against those that will use their spirits to occupy a position within our experiential whatever, or just generally our experience here on this earth. They will corrupt this value hierarchy such that they will pervert our attention towards their own ends. This perfectly flows from chapter 22. Remove not the ancient landmark which your fathers have set. See you a man diligent in this business? He shall stand before kings. He shall not stand before mean men. And then it goes into, well, when you find yourself before the ruler, this is what you have to keep in mind. You have to keep yourself aware of where your attention is, such that you are not corrupted by this evil experience, or this sucking experience. Will you set your eyes upon that which is not? For as he thinks in his heart, so is he. So what does this mean? I think the expression, think in his heart, is a good one. And this is going to be fun to chew on for some time. And the reason that I say that is because up until this point I've been conceptualizing the rational aspect of mind, the heart, as two elements, the sort of yin and yang of the human expression that is afforded to him by his soul. His soul is the seat of his being, the foundation of his experience, that sort of blank slate of man that he can always return to a sort of a pureness of soul if he chooses to accept this process or reorientation, a transformation. This would reorient his heart, reorient his reason. This is the function and aspect, I should say, of the soul. The spirit is the extension of his heart and his reason that are sort of intertwined together, as I've mentioned, in this net that surrounds the physical objects and people in the spiritual sense that he interacts with, that he has relationships with. And so in this verse, for as he thinks in his heart, it's an interesting thing to be prompted to consider. Because what does it mean to think in your heart? You know, as a kid, I had this strange experience, and I had it often, but of course it happened at some point, and after that it sort of became a constant in my experience of life. When I was younger, I was quite solitary. I was a quiet kid. I still am a quiet person. But I remember in my solitude, not all of the time, of course, because there are times in which the contrary finds its way into your thoughts, but at the pleasant or in the pleasant moments, I remember this elation at the thought of being alone. The thought that within the experience that I have by myself, I can explore anything that I want to. I'm not distracted by something or someone that will take me away from my mind. A rather selfish thought, perhaps. Much like what we are being prompted to consider here, it's difficult to say what that means downstream for me and for those who I choose to interact with. But regardless, the reason I bring that up is because this verse, for as he thinks in his heart, I'm reminded of that experience when I was younger, of finding myself alone in a house without anybody in it, and knowing that I am completely free to do whatever I want. And there's a certain element of that is wound up in youth, because there's just not many constraints when one is a child. And again, it wasn't so much that I could do whatever I want in terms of cause trouble. It was more, I can exist however I want. It was, I can feel however I want. And I have to wonder exactly where I was in relationship to this verse, because I was thinking, and I surely was in my heart, because I was experiencing, I was feeling, I had this flow state of experience, and the rational part of my mind was satisfied. It was satisfied by something, by lonesomeness, by the ability to focus, perhaps. That probably is more likely the reason that I was able to focus without distraction. Again, there's something about individuals that are inherently distracting to me. There's just something about this heart of ours that it's, on one hand, it's easy to dismiss it as something that is inherently corrupt, that the feelings that it offers us are nothing but a setback, are nothing but an unfortunate holdover from the animalistic days in which anxiety about survival predominated. And even up to our more sophisticated emotions, they are still an impediment to our reason. Now, I don't think I've ever held this opinion completely all the way through, but I think there are times, ironically, where my heart is tempting my reason to go down that path. The heart is spewing forth, it is producing this vitriol, melancholic vitriol, for which the reason, trying to stay afloat, has almost no choice but to occupy this space that is provided by the feelings. And within this image, I reflect further on the nature of my experience and the role that my heart has played in it. Much like this analogy or illustration, it seems as though the role that my heart has played through much of my life, it has served as a facilitator for a particular type of logical reasoning, a particular type of bonding, a particular type of chain link, for example. Now, what I mean by that this chain linking is that there is something, some idea, that then leads to something else reasonably. It is bound to something else because there is sense, because there is something real about the experience. In the way that I sense something, it is something that is true, that is afforded to me from the environment by which my body, the various organs, pick it up. I sense this book in front of me. I sense my ankle, let's say, as I move it. I'm sitting in a strange position. As I move it, I can feel the tendons glide past the bone, and I feel this cracking type sensation. But I sense this stuff because I am receiving information from the world that is true in a way. And now, of course, there's other ways in which we can use the expression I sense this. It can be a higher order sort of thing. I sense that this person is feeling such and such a way. And of course, we don't feel the same way that they do, but we are picking up on cues in the environment, cues that may be too far flung from the actual experience of the person, and we may be incorrect, surely. But all the same, the heart. Now, in a moment, I'll get into how I've been conceptualizing the heart, but I think here is a necessary expansion of my hitherto understanding. And so I will reiterate that I believe that this heart, or at least the heart of mine, it serves as a basin. I hesitate to say foundation, but there is a foundational aspect and component to it. Now, when I say basin, it's an image of some, concavity that holds something. It holds water, for example. It has the capacity to carry something. And in the context of my experience, my heart has the capacity to carry my reason. It lays the foundation for which my feet are allowed to walk. It is the solid surface, unlike the oceans or the lakes or the seas, that I am able to walk on. Now, up to this point, I've conceptualized two primary filters through which the soul, the fundamental aspect of our experience, can find a home in man. And that is through the heart, and that is through our reason. It is through our feelings and our desires, the emotional side of man, but also the logical, deductive, sequential, sensical, practical side of his mind. Both aspects, both symbols, I think, are an aspect of mind. Again, they have this physical substructure, which doesn't really do us much use, I think, here, at the current moment. Of the heart, I've been conceptualizing it or illustrating it in a few different ways. One of the primary ways I've been considering it as is as a factory, almost like a early 19th, or rather an early 20th century factory with smokestacks and rather unfortunate image perhaps, but this factory is responsible for producing things. It produces our emotions, it produces our desires, but it's not necessarily certain emotions that are a bit higher level in the sense that they are wed to some purpose, or, in other words, wed to some reason. The base emotions, which I think are sometimes hard to get at, like we could say just general arousal, this is something that I consider to be the product of the heart, and perhaps a little bit more sophisticated, which I'll get into, but nonetheless, the heart is responsible for producing this base layer, this basin, into which is funneled our sense-making apparatus. We are driven, and we respond to our drives. Of course, in this framework, it is not only our drives, but also the will that we possess, the will of our reason, but also the second aspect of the heart, which is the will of the heart. And I do think that it possesses a degree of agency or will of its own that is independent of reason. And I say this because this is an aspect of our mind that we might consider to be a primitive sense or animalistic aspect of mind, but within the basest of emotions or responses to stimuli, I think what we find is the impulse to orient one's attention to maximize certain goods, safety being high up on that list, and security being high up on that list. So we have this image of this factory that is producing fundamental materials, and it also has this control room where the boss sits and dictates as best he can. Now, I mentioned that the heart is this filter of the soul. A filter is something that, and perhaps it's not the right word to use, but a filter is something that takes parts of a solution and captures it and removes it from that solution, or prevents it from being, like for example, I have a filter that's on the faucet. It takes certain materials and it separates it from water that exits the tap. Exactly what happens to the filtered material, I have no idea how these things work, but there are plenty of types of filters. Air filters in the car, for example, that's an easier one for me to understand. That there are particulates in the air that are potentially dangerous to man, and they are filtered through this meshwork, and it captures these particles such that we do not ingest them. Now, in this context, in this illustration, the filter is something that is preventative of harm, and I don't think that necessarily this is the totality of what a filter is. I think there are plenty of different types of filter that can filter out things that ought to be separated, perhaps because we want and desire them to be separated, not because they are dangerous to us, but because we are better off having them separated. Exactly what this circumstance is, it doesn't really matter all that much. The point being is that it is possible to have a filter that is more than just something that filters out the negative aspects. And in the sense that this filter is given to us, this filter is something that we have grown into, let's say, what it filters is the experience or this strange relationship to reality. You know, how far the soul goes in the world and of all living beings. I don't really want to get into that conversation. I want to stay particularly at the human, because this is all I can tolerate for now. In the human context, we have this peculiar self-awareness. We have a bizarre, finite experience upon which we are aware of our finitude, and we are aware that we are conscious beings within an environment that just seems so hostile. And to some, perhaps it seems meaningless. To others, perhaps it's full of abundant purpose. But the soul is the thing that, of man, that precedes his filter. And the question is, well, where is it? Is it a physical thing? And no, of course it's not a physical thing. Well, I mean, I suppose we could say it's a physical thing, but it's wound up within the structure of our makeup, our physiological makeup. It is wound up within the relationship between parts, between elements, between neurons. We can say that it is found within the capacity rather than the rather than anything else. It is wound up, if we are to say prior to the filter. It is something by which the filter facilitates. Bizarrely enough, it's a strange relationship that the substrate is that which gives rise to the tree. Now, I've somehow forgotten if I was talking about the heart or the soul, but based on what I just said, I'm talking about the soul. It is something that, by this circumstance, means that it is not ours in a way. It's something that is, this reminds me of the what's called the vertebral end plate. It's an anatomic feature. The outer rings of the intervertebral disc, the outer annulus. It's oriented in many different ways, but there's a few different layers of it, but that doesn't really matter. The point here is that it forms a fibrous joint with the vertebra above and below, and articulates with this vertebra via this vertebral end plate. And the vertebral end plate is a bit of cartilage. It's not necessarily bone, and is continuous almost in a certain sense. It has a relationship with this outer annulus as it extends up into, to the naked eye, probably we would consider it to be the bone. But it's this strange fading into bone and fading out of disc, and then as it reaches up and upward, it fades back into bone in this relationship. It seems the soul is this way. The soil seems to be this way in the analogy of the tree, because the soil is dependent upon many different things to make it be a viable substrate such that the tree can be born of it. Much like the place that our soul resides, it's within this environment, this dynamic environment, that allows experience or life to be born. And I think there are many things that we can talk about that which precedes, or that which gives rise to the soul, about the nature of God and that divine logos. And I don't necessarily mean to say here that the substrate is uncertain or random. I'm just saying that I think that there's a parallel here, and I'll leave it at that. Now, because of this articulation, much like this vertebral end plate bone to sort of this more calcified cartilage into this loose but still dense cartilage down into the annulus of the outer surface of the intervertebral disc, as it approaches human experience, what is further amplified as this substrate gives rise to human experience, what it meets are changes. Just as in the physiological sense, there are changes between this vertebral end plate, the bone above, and the annulus below. And the change is then filtered into our experience via the heart and our reason. The heart and our reason that come into union, into this interwoven meshwork of production of this fundamental emotion, in some sense animalistic, but also bizarrely independent and agentic. And then on the rational component, this strange, almost delusional aspect of mind that acutely understands and is aware of its own experience and wishes to find causal patterns in the world so that it can justify its experience and its purposes. These come together to give us this experience. And so the question now, as it has been, in what way does he think in his heart? And I think what I've just described here, the image of this intertwining of reason and desire, experience, this relationship, much like the relationship of our soul to that which sort of precedes it, this relationship I think is what we're talking about. It is the image of the relationship between reason and the heart. To think in the heart. It's interesting that it doesn't say with the heart, it says in the heart. Perhaps because of this dynamic relationship, there is the possibility to think or to be, to desire, or to consider some reason for desire. There can be a basin for both, that of within reason and that within the heart. And the beginning place, as the thread moves over the heart, and we have to imagine how fine, like a sock is, for example, all the different interwoven threads. We're taking one little piece, one specific situation and context, through which the thread of reason crosses over the basin of the heart. And is because of the feeling, the desirous aspect that gives rise to this reason. Because it can be in many cases that a man experiences life, and it is not just the experience of the ruler having all of these superficial things that tempts us away from our attention, that wishes to expand the superficial aspects of our value hierarchy such that it is impossible for us to attend to things that are more deeply valuable. There are different ways of experiencing, but the way in which we are considering this experience here is that the underlying thread is deception. It is evil. Eat you not the bread of him that has an evil eye. Neither desire you his dainty meats, for he thinks in his heart. So is he. Now this is one interpretation. I think there's another one that implies self-deception. For he thinks within his own desires. He thinks within the walls, within the confines of selfish delusion, that he doesn't take the inputs from the environment. He doesn't consider himself to be actually an extension of the environment. He thinks himself completely separate from it. Either way, I think this works. For as he thinks in his heart, so is he. Eat and drink, says he to you, but his heart is not with you. So this is another prompting to consider deception. So eat and drink, says this person. His motives are elsewhere. He knows that what you are eating and what you are drinking will pervert your attention. It will, again, the volume by which your attention goes to the vain and the superficial is increasing as you take from him or accept his dainty meats. But his heart is not with you. His heart is, or his desire, his basin upon which his reason is threaded over, is for his own, towards his own dainty meats. Essentially, it's towards his own conception of the highest thing, which would be, in his situation, this selfish desire, with thinking within his own heart. A tough one to understand. The morsel which you have eaten shall you vomit up, and lose your sweet words. So this is an extension. This is the consequence of our action of participating and of consuming or being successfully tempted by or surrounded by the spirit of this unfortunate person, of the ruler. We are seeing the eagle fly away. So today is a new day, and I'd like to take a moment to dive back into this verse after it's been some time away from it. The morsel which you have eaten shall you vomit up. We're going to begin here. Again, this morsel. It is this, again, the dainty meat. It is the aspect that fulfills the superficial desire. We need not go again into that explanation, as it is fresh in the recording. But keeping this in mind, we imagine ourselves at the table that we have been invited to by this ruler. And we have accepted the superficial, we have accepted the vain into our constitution. Now, I think what is being said here is not necessarily that what is being thrown up is that negative aspect, that we are rejecting it. Is rather that we are throwing up because we have ingested poison. The damage is currently underway, and the symbol of this vomiting is the expression or the result of that process. Now, I think this is evidenced by the second half of this verse. And lose your sweet words. What does that mean, the sweet words? Now, sweet in this situation, I don't think it contributes or participates in this same type of symbol that we have discussed when we talked about dainty meats or this morsel. It doesn't represent the superficial or vain. It represents the pleasant, the beautiful. It is currently springtime here, and the leaves are rapidly blooming on the branches, and the birds are chirping. It is a sweet time. It is a sweet period of the year. It is sweet because of the sound. It's pretty. It's sweet because of the smells. It is sweet because of the growth and the renewal. And in like manner, these sweet words, as we can imagine the words of man, the language that he uses, this transmission of meaning into this large technology, again, that we call language, so that we can communicate and establish relationships with other people, so that we can make sense of things in our own minds, so that we can have a framework. We often use the word so we can have a grammar for our senses. Here again comes to mind the illustration of the basin of the heart, into which the reason bathes or is saturated, made rich by the feelings, given context, given the experiential weight, experiential value. Much like spring, if we were to lose it, we would lose the birds chirping, we would lose that return of life, the prospering, the growth. We would remain in this state of decay, deadness, gloominess. Our sweet words, we would lose them. I think we can easily extend this expression, sweet words, out into sweet thoughts. For thoughts, often in my mind at least, embody, or perhaps encompass, linguistic forms such that I am able to produce images, thoughts. Of course, images are not necessarily linguistic, but I suppose they can be described linguistically and then stimulate, project the visual impulse to the thoughtful experience. In my mind, especially in more difficult times, in times of failure, or when I know that I should have done something and I did not complete it to the fullest extent, or done what was required of me. These periods are much like winter. It is the sort of decay. The leaves have fallen off of the tree. Although the tree is not necessarily dead, it is made bare. It is, in a sense, vulnerable. And yet, there has to be something that orients that which is still living, that maintains its composure, that grounds it, that keeps its sense steady, so that it is not just this chaotic mind filled with incoherent thoughts. Now here, speaking of incoherent thoughts, I think of social media. I think of TikTok. I was listening to a podcast earlier today with a retired general talking about the influence of TikTok and of the Chinese society on Western society. And much of these games are played within the sphere of our attention, of our devotion. And in a way, not to get too off track, but the games that we see, the spiritual warfare that we see in the modern world, it is much like an extended or a projection of the verses that we have seen so far. That this morsel has been eaten in a broad sense by American society. It has been presented who knows where. We could say it's China, but we don't need to necessarily make a boogeyman. It could be well beyond that established nation. It could be a spiritual force for which humanity forms its basin, forms its landscape for it to move, to influence. There are many ways that we can conceptualize this. And my words are in an attempt to bring down, or to bring into my understanding, into my experience, how exactly I relate to this. And given my relation, I establish that bond. It is that religio, out of the spirit of wisdom, that I seek it. And the irony, or the humor in this, is how many aspects of life and of experience these verses, and this verse in particular, penetrates. For as I think about this, the very act of my reaching out and attempting to enliven, to colorize this sentiment of the loss of value due to the deceptive and temptation that has been brought on by a person that has all of the things that we may at one time or another have desired, all of the things that we work so hard to achieve, at least we think we do, until we realize that it is not necessarily those things that in the moment bring us most pleasure, but rather there is an aspect of our sacrifice by which in many moments we consider to be painful and would rather not undergo them, but just rather have the result. It is within the experience, not necessarily pain for the sake of pain, but the experience for the sake of experience. And of course at certain moments, perhaps facilitated by the delicacies of our desires, sort of the superficial, that in its proper place can sort of serve as an amplifier for our efforts. Now back to what I was saying, the irony that I am trying to avoid the winter of my mind as I am attempting to outline what it would mean necessarily for a person to lose the sweetness of their words. It's as if I am saying, because of my fatigue or exhaustion, because of I've spent a day working, and I attempted to work out the way that I wanted to after work, and it didn't materialize the way that I wanted to. And I have so much work I need to get done, and it's all of this sort of thing about the daily experience in life that can be overwhelming at times. And yet it's directly related to this. It's as if there was not a ruler in the physical sense that is in front of me offering the morsels, but there is, in a sense, something that is beyond me, something that I cannot control, that tempts me into that winter of mind, such that my weakness of self is unable to maintain the attention to that which it needs to. And it's sort of in this way that the sweet words are lost. It is the sweet behavior, it is the sweetness of accomplishment, the sweetness of efficiency, of organization. Now, of course, I don't want to make this too personal, but as I've mentioned, there must be some link, some relationship here for this understanding to seep in. Speak not in the ears of a fool, for he will despise the wisdom of your words. Now, the interesting thing about the Proverbs, I've said this many times, and perhaps I've said it already this episode, but there's a strange way in which there are layers of relatedness between verses. Some of them, like the verses that we've seen earlier, obviously directly relate. In fact, verse 1 is separated from verse 2 by a colon. It is directly related. And yet, there are also times in which there seems to be such a break in the continuity that a verse can be almost independent and stand alone. As most verses can be. They can be interpreted as they are. And the level or layer, perhaps, of relatedness may go down a little bit, and then it may rise back up again. All the while, there is this level. Each one of them has some relatedness to a different verse, the same chapter or in a different one. And what I see here in verse 9 is sort of that experience. Of course, it's in some sense related. We were just talking about words. Speak not in the ears of a fool, for he will despise the wisdom of your words. We can certainly consider this person, this ruler, as a fool that is, or that has surrounded himself with the superficial aspects, the vanity of life, the vanity of desire. And we are also sort of thrown into this new image of, rather than the one that has eaten the morsel and has been poisoned, and our words are gone, to suddenly we return. And we are capable of wisdom, and we are being advised not to speak wisdom to the ears of the fool. So surely we must ask why. We must understand and define what a fool is. Speak not in the ears of a fool. So the question is, well, under what situations would we speak not? In my experience, it's often the case that I would hold my tongue if I felt that my speech would not be recognized, or that it would fall on deaf ears, meaning that it would not be heard, it would not be understood, and that the effort that is placed into designing sentences and placing, creating value and putting it into words, it will not be appreciated, it will not be attended to. And sometimes it's better not to speak. There are other times in which I would hold my tongue because something that I have in mind is not appropriate for the situation. Either it's unrelated or it may cause a potential disruption in the cadence of relatedness among peoples in a given situation. But in these situations, perhaps it doesn't necessarily mean that they are, or rather, that because it is likely that my speech will fall on deaf ears, it doesn't mean that they are foolish. It could be because there's something about my speech for which the potential receptive audience just does not receive it because it is not valuable enough to pay attention to it. Now let's say, just for the sake of argument, that there is some value in something that I have to say. It's important for the people involved. What is it, then, about the fool? What is it, then, that would characterize a person for whom we are communicating important information? That if they occupy this form of the fool, that we should not speak into their ears. Now, up until this point, I have conceptualized the fool usually in lockstep with two different types of individuals, and they have a certain relationship among them. That is the fool, the wicked, and the evil. The fool being sort of at the bottom of that totem pole, then the wicked, then the evil. They all share aspects or qualities. The fool is this individual. I think it's easy to describe this individual as less than sufficient intellectually, but it's not necessary, I think, to go there. The fool can be of any sort of mind. They can be quick-witted, they can be of high IQ, they can be of the opposite. But because they occupy a certain space of mind, because they are unable to appropriately attend to the justification of their reason, that then the way in which they map, the way in which they understand value is disjointed and false, and they make foolish decisions. They behave foolishly. Part of that has to do with cultural expectations, and I think that there is, in my belief, there's a fundamental aspect beneath it, very hard to access, much of which is a trial and error experiential thing of life that we just sort of bump up against and we are guided by. We don't control, but we can find if we search and we desire. The fool perhaps is one that does not desire in that way. They desire, in a certain respect, the superficial. It is much like the previous verse, in which, rather than being tempted from without, they are tempted from within to expand the superficial volume of their experience, of their attentive capacity. And when something comes in that is truly valuable, the fool doesn't pay attention to it because their capacity and their desire for experience is on a different level. It again is on the superficial. That wisdom in words of bonding, wisdom in terms of building, just does not have the same sort of draw or pull as it would somebody who does not find themselves in a category of the foolish. Now, I don't want to go through the categories of the wicked and of evil. Eventually, we'll see those terms again. Speak not in the ears of the fool, for he will despise the wisdom of your words. Now, the word that sticks out to me here is despise. Such an actionable, directed word I would more readily attribute to that of the wicked and that of the evil. It's interesting to find it here. But I think the reason for it is that it has something to do with this expansion of the superficial, the expansion of the aspect of the attention that desires, it's hard to say, inattentiveness to a degree. The fool is a hard thing to characterize or place boundaries upon or around because it is a bit chaotic. The nonsensical, the poor of justification. And I suppose that of the fool, if they are truly committed to their foolish ways of maintaining a particular aspect of existence, such that even in the case of being exposed to that which would enlighten them, they reject it because perhaps there's an aspect of the ego that holds on to the chaos, that holds on to the way that is, and it doesn't care much about what the highest value is. What it cares about is the way that things have been. It is fine with what it has created for itself. It has planted its roots. It is insular. The gates of that walled city are closed. It need not explore more if it does not fulfill the desires that are primary. I think of a sort of primitive paganism here. For the word despise means to feel contempt, a deep repugnance. And I can't help but to think that the reason why this is because of the attempt to move that switch, or rather the plug that provides it with its source of life, and to tinker with it, to adjust it. It's just that very simple mechanism, much like if there's something that's painful, putting our finger on it would be stimulative of the perception of pain. In a like manner, the fool has been the individual that has created that festering wound, and the wisdom that would come to rectify the situation only causes the fool pain. Remove not the old landmark, and enter not into the fields of the fatherless. For their Redeemer is mighty, he shall plead their cause with you. So here we have two verses that are together, verse 10 and verse 11. Another rich set of verses. Now before I begin, I'll say that today is another new day. A tiring day, a challenging day. It's a day that makes me reflect on many things. Often I am bewildered, surprised at how almost every experience, if it is reflected on long enough, deeply enough, can in some way be related to the verse that I'm about to talk about or currently talking about. That there's something about the foundation that is fundamental to the supports that we operate upon, and sometimes in a bizarre fashion, unlike the supports of a house or a building that we know to be there, and we know their purpose, we know their function, In the spiritual domain, much is unseen, much, especially if we are sort of novitiate, if we are adolescent in the spiritual domain, and our vision remains limited, the structural supports are not all that apparent, and that when we read something proverbial, perennial, the structural implications, the patterns that can be drawn, the conclusions that can be reached, are often, as I've said, hidden from view, hidden from the eyes, the spiritual eye. And so I will not describe necessarily exactly what happened today, other than it was a significant event, an event that provoked profound, maybe profound is not the right word, but certainly a fair bit of anxiety. Anxiety both internal and external. That is, in the spiritual sense, that my spirit wrapped around another person. And it was also concerned for its own well-being. And in the moments of this excitation, I begin to think, or perhaps after, when I reflect on it, I begin to reflect on those fundamental supports, the center around which I rotate. Because in moments of crisis, moments in which my attention is drawn in many different directions, even if it's a singular event and the anxiety is quite high, the anxiety is the thing that begins to pervert the attention from where it needs to be to solve the problems that need to be solved. It is more primordial. It's more fight or flight. And in many situations in the modern world, fighting or running away is not an acceptable option. It is calm, rational, problem-solving behavior. Now within the sudden burst of chaos, that is this anxiety that would prompt one into an ease of physical action, the way in which the mind operates to control this mechanism, I think, is fascinating. That we have this will, we have this guide that I think is directed, it is built over time, culturally. And as we understand how to behave, how to participate, we understand, I think, at least to some degree, what we ought to be oriented to, whether it be right or not. We understand a degree of where those relational supports are. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that despite my hindsight, despite the bias that may come from my reflection currently, I felt the Proverbs calling me. I felt my practice of reading and discussing and reflecting calling me home, calling me to something solid, foundational, that I shall not be moved, because my attention at this moment is necessary. Now here I'm reminded of two things. I think the first is that I ought not to be too self-promoting, egotistical. I should retain humility. And that there are many aspects of my life, despite what had happened today, where the Proverbs, I think of them and I don't allow them to come to me. And these are true moments of failure, I think. But that aside, the moment today that really was a significant moment, that surely there could have been things done that were better. There was composure kept. The second thing that I think about here is thinking back to verse 28 from chapter 22. Remove not the ancient landmark which your fathers have set. Similar to this one here. I'm reminded of the illustration that I had used at that time, which had to do with me as a young person understanding how to navigate the environment based on landmarks. I remember when my parents would drive me around, I would know where I was based on the appearance of the surroundings, whether it be a series of trees, the way that the road bends, particular houses, perhaps just general shapes of landscapes. And I remember at times, real long ago, when I was tired, falling asleep in the car, and I would be in this strange, intermediate place, liminal state of mind, in which I would experience the winding and the curves in the road, and I would try to think to myself if I can imagine where I was based on those turns. And there were times in which I could appreciate where I was based on that alone, just based on the sense of where I felt my body moving in space. Again, sort of a surreal experience. But all of these things, all of these perceptual experiences that I had used at the time to orient me relative to home are profoundly illustrative of this verse for me. It is a way that I can connect to it. Now, why is this important? Well, there are two things. My attention was oriented to where I was because I frequented this location. If I had passed it once, perhaps I would remember certain features, but if I had, for example, just went in a straight line for the rest of my life, and I lived that way, I would never see the moment before me. Or behind me, I should say. And in this way, because I cannot appreciate, I cannot come to something again, there's not much use in remembering a particular location, although an event may increase that salience landscape by which I will remember the location. Finding my way back to where I started would be quite difficult. Now, of course, if it was just in a straight line, it would be easy. Turn around and go backwards. Assuming that I knew exactly how to walk backwards. But not to get into an analogy that is overly complex, what I'm referring to here is that because I had in mind that there is a stable place, a place that I would always return to, a place that is home, I had this state of mind that was interested, attentive to the surroundings, such that I would know where I was relative to home. And home was an important place. It is an important place. Even now, I think in this way, perhaps to a lesser degree, it feels less magical now that I'm older. But I suppose it doesn't have to be that way. Exploring the Proverbs as I have opened up a world of magic to me that I had never knew existed. In many cases far exceeds the wonder that I had when I was younger, when I was a child. Remove not the old landmark. This old landmark is in some way analogous to my home, but it is much more than that. The old landmark. Now, I've gone through this before, as in the previous chapter, but what I mentioned at that time was this landmark can be a number of different things. It can be a physical place, but it's not just any old physical place. I remember a red barn when I was younger. I remember the curve in the road that was next to the red barn, and I knew where that was relative to my street. But the red barn in this situation served a purpose that was orienting, but much less than that of what is being referred to here. It was a landmark to tell me where home was. This landmark can be interpreted. This is one interpretation. I think that there are many ways in which this can be brought forth, but one particular way that this can be interpreted, I think, is if we take the barn and we say, okay, young man, you have no home in the physical world. Or perhaps you do, but your home is transitory. Your life is temporary. There is something more that you can consider within your mind. There is something beyond the red barn or the tent that you live in. But what does that mean? How can we conceptualize it? What else is there? Well, there's the profound experience of life. And that within this experience of life, there is something that is orienting beyond the physical structure of the home. It is beyond that place that you come back to feel that safety and security. That freedom. The freedom to be, the freedom to just sort of exist. The red barn can be seen as a physical home, like my childhood home, for example. But the home then becomes something more. It becomes an altar of sorts. It comes to a place for which we congregate, for which we understand why we do what we do, and for what purpose. For what reason do we sacrifice? And for what sacrifices do we feel? Or perhaps we can say the opposite of that as well. For what feelings do we sacrifice? And it is within this, upon this altar, that we make these sacrifices, that we make choices about life. We make choices about our orientation to life. We establish a home in the spiritual domain. We establish ethical precedents and principles, foundations for which the spiritual home rests. Remove not the old landmark. For this landmark is old because it has stood the test of time. It is there to support our orientation. It is there to support our minds to a certain degree. It is there to support our language. It is there to support how we ought to be in a family, what it means to be joyful, what it means to be thankful, what it means to be angry, what it means to be vengeful, what it means to be content, satisfied, humble, respected, everything. And so I hope that the the way that I had started this, the reflection on the experience that I had today, makes some sort of sense. That within the destabilizing experiences of life, we can still orient our attention to what needs to be attended to. We could still find ourselves within the spiritual landscape. Although confused, we could snap out of it once we see something that is familiar, that can lead us home, that can lead us to good behavior, good judgment, and enter not into the fields of the fatherless. Now, in the first verse that I mentioned in chapter 22, remove not the ancient landmark which your fathers have set, I think there's an implication there that those that have come before, and particularly a relationship to those who care for the future, that being the Father, not just some random person that has come before. Although a random person may care about the future, care about the people in the future, in the, I guess I would say the idealistic, maybe that's not the right word, but in the realm of possibility, the relationship of the Father to posterity, I think, is one that is unparalleled to relationships that find themselves outside of that domain. And I think as such, within the care, within that mindset, much like the mindset when I was younger, when I was going home, I knew that I was going home. I knew that I was being carried somewhere where I would be safe. I would be comforted, but it is not restricted to these things, because surely safety and comfort in excess are not good. It's more than that. It's more than safety and comfort. It is a bondedness, a connectedness to a particular place that has bound within it relationships to particular people. And it's more than just simple, superficial relationships. It is profound, existential relationships. These relationships, if oriented well, I think serve to set up the young person, the young mind, with the tools and the position that would then lead them to the opportunity to walk through the door of a good life. Now we have to remember here that we are oriented to this landmark that has been established through many generations. In the Proverbs, we don't talk too much in detail exactly about, well, we do sort of indirectly. Proverbs is such a strange book in that way. We come to conclusions. We come to them because we are prompted with a prompt, and we are asked to paint a picture upon a canvas. What we see is afforded by that prompt. It is perhaps reciprocated by our mind, that we can see different patterns. We can establish different principles. We can test them in our everyday lives. Remove not the old landmark and enter into the fields of the fatherless. For there to be the fatherless, that means that the ancient landmark has been forgotten, or it has been destroyed. This open landscape, for which I think of a prairie in the American heartland. And I don't just mean a cornfield, I mean an actual natural landscape. And it is within these within this, in particular, the image in my mind, this landscape, that is awe-inspiring. It can be difficult to manage, terrifying, if we imagine what it would be like to be lost out in one of these open fields, just in a flat expanse of nothingness, for miles upon miles, without a river in sight, without a tree, without anything to eat. I think this was the risk that our ancestors were dealing with, and surely we still face the same risk today, but we live in a somewhat stable world, although there is war and there are constant threats of annihilation. We have a degree of material prosperity now that we don't necessarily have to starve. It doesn't mean that we won't. Perhaps we surely will. It's not far out of our experience. Not but 100 years ago, there have been profound famines, probably some of the largest that the world has ever seen, because of the stupidity of our own decisions. So perhaps I ought not to compare the risk of the ancient world to the risk of the modern. I think that the risk is the same, especially when we consider the same but different, especially when we consider the types of threats that we are experiencing now, with the temptation of mind, the destruction of attention by social media, by companies, both explicitly so and also accidentally, by foreign actors, and by the perennial worries of man, by his own selfish desire. But what we risk to lose is a lot. That is the point that I wish to make. For their Redeemer is mighty, he shall plead their cause with you. So I'll read verse 10 again. Remove not the old landmarks, and enter not into the fields of the fatherless. Verse 11. For their Redeemer is mighty, he shall plead their cause with you. By their cause, I think what is being referred to here is the fatherless. And it's an interesting conception. It's saying their Redeemer, the Redeemer of the fatherless, the Redeemer of those that have no direction. The mind is lost. The mind has no landmark. It has no home. It has no foundation. To redeem such a thing is to provide it with a foundation, with a home, with a father. So what can we say of this in further detail? Conceptualizing such a pattern with such limited information is going to be challenging, no doubt. And I think prior exploration will come to my aid here. The exploration into verse 10, remove not the old landmark, and enter not into the fields of the fatherless. And then again, chapter 22, remove not the ancient landmark which your fathers have set. I've discussed these verses in some particular detail. Perhaps it's not in the detail that it needs to be discussed in order for me to readily go back to and rediscover what it means to be fathered. Again, it's not just, this is not a perennial, but it is a repeating pattern. It is a fractal. It is something that applies to my own experience as a man being raised by a father. It comes from the extended aspect of that experience by which larger groups of people are ruled over something that is akin to a father. In the free society, this is facilitated perhaps by a central state government, but it is not the common collector of contributions that is responsible for leading them as a father would lead a child. However, I think that there is a good case to be made for solid leadership, and that it is not just because something is from in a free society, but we have the Western liberal society, even if it is open, even if the contributions are meant to go towards something that is facilitatory and not necessarily value creating, but value facilitating. There is a lot to be done within the facilitation of value. This is a tough conversation, but the designation, the designing, the printing of monies, the regulation of common goods like roads, the common defense, common representation for matters of regulating our affairs. Now that word comes tricky, especially when we are trying to place boundaries on authority. Now, we need not get too far into the state apparatus, but what I mean to explore here, what I mean to illuminate, is an aspect of our society, an aspect, but there is more. There is that which we are discussing here. It's the Redeemer, it's the ancient Father. It is that which has retained patterns and principles that are less immediate, more long-term. They understand time on different scales. This is the wisdom of the Father. Just as the wisdom of the Father in youth, if bestowed correctly, I think endows the Son with the ability to achieve, the ability to see. And that again, that word I was thinking about earlier, well, what does it mean to see? And many wise sayings, surely there is a reference to vision, but what exactly are we seeing? What is the image that we must be viewing? And I think that in and of itself is a process. It's a way of life. It is something that is experienced over a number of years. It is something perhaps that can be compacted or shoved into a small volume within a container that can handle that pressure. Perhaps like a proverb, probably more like a book. But this sort of thing is interesting. It's the facilitatory nature. It is not the thing itself. What is it then? What am I seeing in my life, in my experience? What is painting this picture upon which this information becomes relevant? Within my interactions with people, there are certain structures that are built in, culturally, society-wise, institutionally. The corporation that I work for, there are regulations, rules, constraints. Culturally, there are rules, constraints. I can't just behave any old way. Individually, I have goals and pursuits. Many of my goals and pursuits are facilitated, modified, restricted to some degree by the institutions that I am a part of, by the corporation that I work for. Within my heart, though, I am, as I consider myself to be, a free man, despite the constraints that are placed on me that may, in an ideal situation, may not necessarily be of my own creation. But then outside of me, there will always be something that will be limiting me in some way, that will limit my will, or that would modify my will, perhaps facilitate my will. This is another layer of this facilitation, a deeper layer. But again, I am avoiding the question. I'm getting away from what it is that the will is driving me towards. What is the goal? What is the goal in your life that causes all of this to be relevant? In what way should you behave such that your experiences during the day are worthwhile? What is it? What does it mean for something to be worthwhile? For something to be worth something, then it ought to have a price. If something is to be priced, surely we can easily imagine something having a dollar value, but this is then to fall back on the medium of exchange. It is the flow of value. Where, much like a fire hose that is directed to put out a fire, where does the hose of our value, that is handled by the firemen of our will, where does it attend? What fire does it put out? I suppose that's an individual decision, but it would make sense for the fireman to put out the fire. And in what way, then, does man occupy his experience? Are we to say that the life that he lives, the experience that he is confronted with, the task that he is responsible for is akin to a fire, a flame that is burning out of control? The flame itself not necessarily something that is bad. Perhaps the fireman is an aspect of the potential, and that it is more that this hose of the exchange of value can do than just put out a fire. It is something that can put out the world's problems. It is something that can make known to us the secrets of the universe, of, again, the world, of the earth. It can allow us to see the patterns of the heavens, that of the broader conscious sphere, the intelligible world, which I do not think is discontinuous with the earthly realm, but certainly separate, it would seem, in our experience. And so what do we have so far? Have I said anything about this map that we see? Anything about this wisdom that the Father passes down to us? And I think so, but it has reverted again into the language of seeing, not necessarily the language of doing. And so this must come down even farther down from the mountain, for it to be integrated into life. And for that to be possible, there must be something for which it can walk on, and that is intelligible experience. That is memory. It is some relationship or exchange between conscious beings, or, again, the basic experience of one conscious being by himself with other things, other objects, or other life forms in nature. So then what, out of the many experiences that I can draw from today, thankfully on a Friday, there are many of these that I can draw from to use as an example, a potential example. So I will pick one that was nearing the end of the day. Perhaps I can contrast it with another. Two series of interactions, one that was a little better than the first, but by no means perfect. And then there's a broader reflection on the overall interactions that I have throughout the day, which are many. There are ways that I wonder at the accurateness of my behavior and of the accurateness of my speech. I think often I have difficulty paying attention to multiple things at once. And although this is something that in the extreme is not a good thing, the constant diversion of attention moves us towards a certain type of blindness. There is nothing that focuses our vision in the sense of the third eye, the purposeful eye. It is just continual distraction. So there must be the orienting structure within an experience, within a relationship. And again, I have in mind two that I've had today. One was at 4 p.m. and the other one was at 3 p.m. today. 5 p.m. was the end of my day. And so going off of this, the first interaction I had, it started off poorly because I made a poor decision. I thought that I knew the information that I should have known, but I reported it off the way it should have been, and the result of it was that because my information was false, because it was expected that it would be accurate, it ruined or diminished the potential for a good first impression. Now, I think the end of the story is a good one. It was positive by the end, but it was a rough beginning, and it was my fault. There was something that I had said that wasn't right. An honest mistake, perhaps. That's not to excuse the situation, but when a mistake happens, it ought to be corrected. There ought to be an apology for that mistake. Why do we apologize for a mistake? Well, we could say that because we want to make an interaction good. We want to make the other person like us. We may find it a particular quality, a particular tool or asset to be had, that if we are to solve a common problem, then we ought to have a good relationship. Because solving common problems are solved most effectively under the conditions of strong relations. So then the matter becomes, well, how does one secure strong relations? Where does it begin? I think there are more things to be said even prior to moving down into this level of what it means to develop good relations. Because I think the aspect of developing strong relations, and this being a precondition for, or at least a facilitator, again, we deal in facilitation so we can go somewhere. It's a facilitator for the solving of problems. It's not a necessity for solving problems. But I'm not sure the human being in his society can get away from technology. The technologies that facilitate the value and meaning. But it is within man, especially within man of an independent and free society, to channel, again, be the fireman to put out or to start the fire of his life and his experience. So again, the question is, since we are now identifying the facilitatory network, and we are beginning to narrow down what it means to actually direct this value, then what is it, then, about the behavior and about the establishment of relationships? Let's start with the relationship. I think as we were talking about this, it's difficult because I had mentioned that it requires an experience to bring this down to the world, down to the earth. And so I'll have to try and describe this experience without giving too much information away. Not that anyone's ever going to hear this, but the experience that I'm describing is a participatory experience. Two people get together. One offers a service. The other is a participant in that service. And it's a rather strange way that they participate. It's a strange service that is offered. The service that is offered, or the service that is desired, is moving from one state one state to another. And my role in that relationship is the facilitator of the person moving from one state to the other. And so there are two identifiable things. There is a beginning and an ending. There is a purpose, there's a direction. And so it seems as though the value, where I see it to be, is both within the immediate connection and interaction the starting of the race and the ending. But the value is not isolated there, because it is what happens during the race that determines the quality of the experience. For the goal is to win the race. The goal is to have a successful transfer of services, the transfer of value, such that it solves the problem that the person is coming to me to solve. So to reiterate, the value is sprinkled throughout the experience. It is found at the beginning and the end. And the beginning is a pivotal moment because it is the establishment of that relationship. It forms that bond and the trust. And I think the degree to which the bond and trust can be formed will be filtered into the rest of the experience. For human relations are difficult. We can spray the fire hose as we would like over the entire experience. But if the connection between the one that offers the transfer of value and between the one that accepts the value to get him from point A to point B, if any of those roads are obscured or blocked, then the transfer of value will not be complete. The problem will not be solved. Or perhaps if the road is impeded in some way, the transfer of value, the transfer of data is slow, then I think what is risked is potentially because of the pace of the transfer of information, of value, that then the willingness of the participant in the experience may lose faith and not then get from point A to point B. There's all sort of potential problems in here. There's a situation in which, because of the poor flow of information, point A and point B, this road to get there is so laborious that it's just not gotten to, despite the faith of the person. Time may just run out. It could also be the situation in which a strong relationship is established, but in the case of the individual that provides the service, the value that they actually have to offer is not very great, and it's not sufficient to push a person from point A to point B. So then we have to go down a level farther, and I think at this level we finally start to get into and enter the field of the fatherless. Because now we are in the territory of propagating, creating value. And it is by the landmarks that we orient ourselves such that we can move closer to the solution, towards the end product. Now, these landmarks, in this particular situation, have to do with a degree of mapping such that one adequately understands the problem. Then we sort of get into the scientific pursuit here. This is the scientific method. So we have an adequate understanding of the problem. Then we formulate a hypothesis, a question or some statement by which we test. Then we go through tests that are facilitated by our reason. Here's another layer and level of that facilitator, the testing, which within it flows that value that leads us to another outcome, which is sort of an analysis of the flow of that information. If the flow of that information was directed in the right manner, then the landmark will say by reason or by effect in the situation, understanding that the person has moved off of the starting line of point A and moved a quarter of the way to point B. And we understand that because we understood the problem before we asked the question of how we should start. Once we are there, then we say, okay, this worked. How can we expand that to get us farther? Can we do more of the same? Or because we are in this position now, do we have to come up with a new answer, a new experiment to solve the new problems that arise in front of us? We continually do this. We reiterate, we make mistakes, such that we turn our attention to where the landmarks are not and it does not direct us in the right way. Because we are not directed in the right way, we fail to get closer to point B, or we're just stagnant, or we reverse. But let's say we reiterate the good process, the good old way, as far as we can, because it may be a situation in which the person presents wanting to be at point B, but the point B that they wish to get to doesn't exist. The point B is actually much closer to them, and that the road in front of them is much more ragged and difficult than they thought. And so there's this issue of explaining how the goal is a bit marginal. The distance you have to go is quite small, but the thorny patches that you have to go through are quite high. Now, at this point in the journey, I think that an individual can make a number of different decisions. Certainly one of the decisions is to stop the relationship with the person that is trying to offer the service, because now the service is being offered for something other than they had originally thought. The entire landscape has been changed in some way. But I think that this, although maybe not the most satisfying, is an aspect of redemption. For what can we say of the word redeem, if we are to look at this from an etymological perspective? So from the Old English, the word redeemer is derived from ultimately a verb, redemen, if I'm saying that correctly, which means to redeem or to ransom. Okay, that doesn't help us too much. It is related to a Proto-Germanic word which has the sense of redeem, or to free. And from the Latin, the word redemptor, which is a derivative of the verb redimere, which can mean to buy something back. And it's a strange thing to think about, using this language to buy something back in light of something that is closely related to free or to liberation. What interests me mostly, I think, is the way in which we can see the world, the different lenses through which we can see, and yet also be capable of appreciating a broader landscape. For example, here, even though this is from quite ancient roots, perhaps I shouldn't make that statement even though, because the ancient world was quite sophisticated in their own way. Problems that we don't have that they did. Troubles perhaps that we have that they did not. But nonetheless, as we consider all of human experience, this aspect of thinking about things in terms of the economic lens provides us profound insights. We're talking about purchasing something, to buy something. I think the implications in this context and many contexts, especially if we are considering the word redeemer, which is a bit of an elevated term. Because redemption from financial burdens, we can say, is something that we are freed from, a prior obligation that no longer needs to be satisfied because it has been satisfied by other means. And so to narrow this down, this redeemer that comes to us through the difficulties or the burdens, the obligations that are placed on us. And of course, it is not just financial obligations that we are bound to, or that we are obliged to follow, or to be connected to be in relationship with. In the case that I mention, much like the economic, it is not the highest problem to be solving. But it is a microcosm of the larger picture. And so for our part, for our behavior, we ought to be participating in that which has come down to us from something that can be seen at different levels. That may be too vague. If we are to see this illustration that I have laid out and amplify it so that what we consider is not so much a business transaction which has quite lofty social involvement, perhaps limited to a certain degree by institutional concerns. I don't want to get into the technicalities or the particulars, but there is an aspect in which we can make this even more fundamental, make it existential. And in my mind, the existential questions, the big ones, that really are quite important if we miss the mark, if we don't understand where the landmark is, if this is bereft of us, we most certainly would lose that which orients ourselves to reality. For we would lose our purpose, we would lose our obligation. And it's an interesting thing to consider, because I think in every man's life, the sense of obligation is the path that he walks. It is the thing that he discovers and builds over time. And once he understands his obligation, the reason for his existence, which is not all funneled into one particular thing, but has many different roads and paths to that goodness, it is not until he meets his obligations that then he has those, he is sort of in harmony with them. He understands that he must do as is required. And as he does as is required, he is redeemed, in a sense. The demons that plague him, the debts that burden him, are no longer. It is the Christ on the cross moment. It is that born again type moment. Now, the situation that I had mentioned was a practical example from my own life. Of course, this experience is trivial compared to the sacrifice of a person like Christ, or the sacrifices that we may make that are once or twice in a lifetime. Now, my apologies, but I did not record very much yesterday. And so today is a new day. I have some understanding of where we are, of where I've come from. This Redeemer. The Redeemer is tough. I find myself wanting to know this Redeemer as I know another person, that I can interact with it like another person, and that it is not something that is sort of filtered up through the very base of my being, and then up and out through me and in front of me. This sense of self, I think, begins to become difficult. It is disorienting to imagine the self upon the landscape of all that there is, all of the intelligible world, both the seen and the unseen. Again, that which is, not necessarily dependent on that which man can observe. This Redeemer. And yet, what we're being prompted here to consider is that we are able to perceive falsehood, we are able to perceive the path that leads us to something that is right or good. Our desires have an end. Those ends may be good, they may be bad. Whether we see it or not, I suppose it is there. Again, it is much like the seen or unseen in terms of the physical world, in terms of that which is in front of me, before the microphone. There are atoms. There are perhaps molecules. And yet, much of this aspect of reality is beneath my awareness. It's not necessary for the plane of existence that I occupy. In a humorous sort of way, there's an aspect of man that just seems tangential. Because his experience is so limited, it gives him this illusion that the self is more valuable perhaps than it ought to be. Not that the self is not valuable. I think the conditions under which we are placed is a good test. It is something for us to ponder. It is something to keep us honest and humble. But surely it is also something that can be used for the opposite, to keep us in a state of auto-actualization, in which we believe that ourselves are the light of the universe, that we are the gods. The Redeemer. He shall plead their cause with you. And so we have seen a verse like this before. Chapter 22, verse 23, for the Lord will plead their cause and spoil the soul of those that spoiled them. This is coming off of verse 22, rob not the poor because he is poor, neither oppress the afflicted in the gate. Now, we are not necessarily talking about the poor or the afflicted. We're talking about a more general pattern, a larger pattern, at least I think. He shall plead their cause with you. And in this situation, their, or they, refers to the fatherless. And how sweet a language it is to find even within the depth of this depravity, or a potential depravity perhaps, or maybe we don't have to classify it as depravity, but just as one can be lost in the depraved sense, one can be lost for reasons that are challenging, self-inflicted to a degree perhaps, but the world is vast, reality is vast, and getting lost is not difficult. Especially for an explorer, for the one that stays near to the tent, near to the campfire. They will understand where they are. They will know where they laid their head to rest. They will understand where their village is, perhaps. Our communities and our families, surely they function in a similar manner. Or perhaps, unfortunately, for more and more people these days, their corporate affairs, their working life. So what does it mean, then, he shall plead their cause with you? So it seems that we are a strange sort of subject in this chapter, you and I. We occupy this space as being talked to by an elder. We are a student, in a sense, but also we have this naive innocence to us. But also I think that I get a sense that what is being, since we've gone through a number of verses, we've gone through a number of chapters, we've purified ourselves to a degree. We feel ourselves worthy, or perhaps ready, for this type of advice and information. We have sufficiently dealt with in the past many different patterns, many different words. we have thought about them, we have produced some sort of map under the direction of these proverbs. And we have been allowed to be creative, which we should be thankful for. But now here comes the warning, but also the gift, the suggestion that that which redeems us is the way to the truth. It is something that both we can participate in, but also be affected by, even if we feel as though we are not participating in it, even if our attention is not oriented towards the truth will find us. It may not set us free. We, in meeting this truth, meeting this Redeemer, may fall backwards, may be afraid, recoil into the self, into the delusion of self. Or, of course, there is the situation in which we may meet the Redeemer and truly be set free, or come to some understanding, come to something that makes sense. Leave the camp, but also remember where it is. Apply your heart unto instruction, and your ears to the words of knowledge. And so what is being suggested here is another verse of the orientation of attention. Apply your heart to instruction. And what does it mean to apply your heart to something? Well, it means to apply your desires. Again, the heart is such a foundational symbol of man's experience. Again, feelings, emotions, desires. It is the thing through which the base level of reality, if we are to imagine that consciousness or awareness, or perhaps this is too high, maybe more so just intelligibility, something rather than nothing, flows through us. And since this somethingness flows through us, we have, again, as I've mentioned before, that heart and reason, both filters of experience for the level, the layer at which we interface with this intelligibility. When we apply our heart to instruction, we are desiring, allowing somebody else to lead us to the truth. But it's not necessarily just the blind man that is following somebody else who may also be a blind man. But instruction is a broad term. I think there can be good and bad instruction. But although there is this possibility of the bad mixed in with the good, nonetheless we are instructed to apply, to open that heart, to orient the attention, even if it's difficult. Especially these days, sustained attention is not our strongest suit. Apply your heart to instruction, and your ears to the words of knowledge. This is more fundamental. When this word comes up, knowledge, it's always a difficult thing. It's like knowing that a good thing has come upon you, but the good thing is large, and it will take a lot of effort to appreciate it or to integrate it into your experience. Just like having a child, for example. A child I think is inherently a good thing, but it is not without its downsides. There's a lot that must be sacrificed. There's a lot that must be attended to. So what of this knowledge, then? I'm looking at the etymological chain. Hopefully it's right, as I see it. But there's a few different words: Old English, Proto-Germanic, and then Proto-Indo-European. The Old English and Proto-Germanic, at least in terms of what I see here, doesn't help us much to understand what to know means. It is not until we get into the Proto-Indo-European that we see another word pop up. The meaning of that word is to know or to recognize something. Now, to recognize perhaps is not too far off of what we would consider within knowing. For if we say that we recognize something, it is something that is familiar, but more so it's something that's identifiable. I think of a face, for example. I know a face, or I recognize a face, partly because I've seen it before, but not in every situation in which I see a face do I remember it. And so there's something about the face. Perhaps there's something that is stored within that face that I remember. It could just be a basic image of the face, or it could be surrounded by some context and interaction that I've had with the person. Some way in which the fresh clay of the mind, that is our memory, is molded into something that we would have for later. Something that we can draw up and look at and say, there's something familiar about this vase or piece of clay or statue, whatever. And it is because I made it. It is because I stored it in my memory. I found it to be salient enough such that I should keep it. I could hold it. So, okay, what does this analogy of recognition say for us? That if we are to say that perhaps knowledge is like this free-floating package, this spiritual package that comes to us at the level, again, of our experience. It enters into our mind. Perhaps it is come to by the facilitation of our thoughts. But since we have the ear, this perceptive organ, there's something about the environment that we pick up on, whether it be complex information or relatively simple information. This process of recognition, I don't think, is a straightforward one. And it depends on the mind that chooses to perceive it. There can be a mind that is oriented and geared towards understanding certain things about the environment. I think this is unique to modern man. Well, perhaps not, but certainly in the days of perpetual hunger, when we have gone through that cycle of near extinction, I would imagine that knowledge would have come to them as it comes to us in a different way, in a more primitive sense. It comes to us in a sophisticated sense. I imagine people moving within cities, paying attention to things that are sensational to some degree, sociological on another, psychological, perhaps physical, but much less than in a survival situation. For what we would consider to be the civilized man, he is constantly away from the conditions that had brought him to the way that he is, the way that he experiences the world. And so I think the technologies of mind that allows him to see beyond where he was and to continue that map of intelligibility, continue the narrative through which his experience unfolds, is unique, and it is a psychological engineering feat. And so through all of these different situations and updates we can say of the mind, the ear must be turned towards knowledge in a particular manner. This word recognition, you have to imagine, you have to wonder, perhaps. This man goes through his experience and he remembers certain things. It's hard to know exactly what is passed to him through culture. The recognition of speech, of language, of deduction. One of my good friends has a baby. She's under 1. And that process by which she is coming to understand the world, I would imagine is much like what I'm talking about here. That there's a lot of situations to see, there's a lot of different things to learn from, some of them fruitful, perhaps some of them not, in the sense that a mistake may have been made on her part through trying to discover something. Let's say like she's trying to lift up an object to see if something else is under it. The whole object permanence sort of thing. Which would probably be more appropriate to an analogy of her mind coming to understand that what is beyond her vision actually may still be there, or if something leaves her vision, it is not gone forever. Now there's an aspect of this in which I want knowing to be something that is purely truth. However, I think knowing is a broad landscape, just like anything else. In this intelligible world, this intelligible experience, we can see everything. Everything is in front of us. And so knowing, I think, can apply to both knowing something that is true and knowing something that is false. A difficult thing to do, to use knowing when I'm trying to define what it means. Or perhaps a lazy thing to do, I should say. But what do I mean by it? When I say it is possible to know truth. Well, to know truth is to recognize it. It is to have seen it before. It is to have participated in it. It is to have some relationship to it. It is to understand it. It is to, as we walk through the spiritual realm, just as we walk in the physical world, if we walk over something on the sidewalk, let's say, just for the sake of bluntness or directness, there was a sinkhole, and it was loose enough such that when we walked over a certain part, the earth caved in, we lost our footing, and we fell into it. We would say that we were of poor standing, that the ground that was beneath us was not structurally sound. The same, I think, rests in the spiritual realm, in which we walk over things that are either sound or bankrupt. And if we find ourselves in a unique position, such that we don't understand the ground in which we walk, again, in that spiritual realm, then we may fall into that spiritual sinkhole. And like I've said, the intelligible sphere is open. It is very open. So it is hard to tie down specifics. But in that spiritual domain, falling into that sinkhole could be easily averted by understanding the sinkhole. If we understood it, we would then stand atop of its idea, rather than moving forward and then understanding within the spiritual domain there is this thing that exists, and if we transgress or traverse to a place that we have no understanding that we will certainly fall because of poor support. Falling in the spiritual sense may lead us into a depression, may lead us into some unfortunate state of mind. I was talking with a friend earlier about P. Diddy and his unfortunate, maybe I shouldn't say well, it is unfortunate, but it is by his hand that he is now I believe he's being charged for sex trafficking, sex crimes, no doubt. And this is a person that, it's complicated, but it would seem that he has fallen into a sinkhole. He felt that what he was doing in this, there's so much complexity here that I feel like I'm not making the best out of this analogy. However, there is some parallel. That he was walking within his spiritual domain, acting in the physical world and behaving in the way that he does. And all of a sudden, because of his lack of insight, he stumbled into something that he shouldn't have spiritually. And this has caused the rest of the people around him who are aware and perceiving of injustice to then question his actions and his behaviors. And ultimately it may lead to him being restricted. It's interesting to reflect on his experience in terms of the last few verses. Remove not the old landmark, and enter not into the fields of the fatherless, for their Redeemer is mighty, he shall plead their cause with you. Surely he has a cause, but redemption in that case is quite, I don't know how it would look. I don't even know how to run that thought experiment. Apply your heart unto instruction, and your ears to the words of knowledge. So we have from knowledge understanding. I think we have from both knowledge and understanding the related word of recognition. Recognition, something that is formed and developed by our experience. If, let's say, we fell into this sinkhole, whether it be spiritual or physically, we would understand, we would be careful, perhaps we would want to look for signs for this happening again. We would want to avoid this. And surely, given the location that we are in, we will understand that this event happened here, whether it be in that spiritual domain or in the physical sense. So what could be said of this, since I'm trying to define knowledge, turning our ears towards knowledge? Well, like many things, I could start by saying that knowledge is a relationship, but then what is it a relationship to? What is this knowing? I think it's a connection of this mind of ours to something that is reproducible in a sense. It is reproducible in the sense that it can be reimagined, re-identified, or remembered. Now, in the physical world, we could say that this is a process, a procedure that we can run to have and reproduce similar results, more of our hypothetical understanding or our hypothetical approach, scientific approach. Withhold not correction from the child, for if you beat him with the rod, he shall not die. So this seems like a bit of a wild one. Again, one that's not immediately clear, at least to me. Withhold not correction. So we're saying correct the child. For if you beat him with the rod, he shall not die. Now, first thing comes to mind is, certainly I can imagine a situation, I can take a rod and I can go over to a child child, beat him or her with it, and then the child will die. And so there's something about this rod, there's something within the symbol of this rod that is more than just a stick or some, hard, sturdy object. But it is also not just something ethereal. It is not just a concept. There is this physical object that is the rod. And so we have this interesting symbol that needs exploration. It is the axis of this verse. Our interpretation depends on it. So again, since it is the case that there is and are situations in which a child can be beaten with a rod to death, we consider this rod to be somewhat different than a basic physical conception. The rod must have something. So let's say, for example, that we have this physical object in our hands. Now we are going to discipline the child. No matter how hard we swing it, the child won't die. So this is almost like a riddle. What then is the rod? Well, the rod, it could be a number of physical objects. A rod could be something that is so soft that it will not damage the child. Yet if it's so soft, it will not challenge the child's assumptions. It will not teach the child that what they have done is wrong. This matter of correction is also a fundamental component of this verse. So let's talk about this corporal punishment for a moment. My question is, under what circumstance would it be necessary, or perhaps thought of, to invoke physical discipline in the form of beating? Now, the answer to this question, I think, it has to do with truth and falsehood. It has to do with a consequence to a particular action. And perhaps it doesn't have anything, well, I should be careful with my language here, because there are many different situations in which corporal punishment can be allotted. There are plenty of situations in which we can find a person that is corporally sentenced or abused or disciplined, corrected. You see, all of these words, I think, can apply in different circumstances and under different lights. If we were to say then, I think for a moment at least, if we imagine a case of just punishment in which a person is physically harmed as a consequence of their unjust action, I think one can debate the morality, perhaps, of corporal punishment, but this is not necessarily the path that I want to go in. I think it is certainly reasonable to leave all paths of correction open. That is, if they have some corrective mechanism. And certainly, it is the case that whatever crime was committed, or whatever injustice that was done, if this injustice, if this transgression, the improper crossing of some boundary that is designed for some purpose, and the purpose is itself contextual, The purpose may be foundational to a relationship. It may be foundational to the integrity of a state. It may be foundational to the safety of a person, to the protection of one's liberties. There are many things. The correction lies within, I think, a few different domains. I'll try and list as many as I can think of here, but to my mind, correction, in light of transgression, has to do with the illumination of the boundary, so that the individual understands that boundary. I think that's one aspect. An individual may understand a boundary at one level, but may not understand it purposefully. They may not feel it. They may not incorporate it into their moral code, ethical code. And I think that within the realm of correction, the light of totality or of congruence, let's say, in the sense that one's participation in the world can be seen as a form of congruency, the way it articulates with the institutions and the people within the community, all this sort of thing. If it is incongruent, then the experience and the relationship that one has to reality and life will be quite disturbed, quite friction-inducing. If it is the case that one understands their place, they understand how to fit well within a particular culture or society, and perhaps it took them a while to either understand it or to go to a culture where they felt that they could then integrate. It doesn't really matter. Then I would say that this person understands boundary. And I should mention that no matter how well integrated we are, we, I think, can all use education to understand where we are, why the boundaries are where they are. Contextual underpinnings, I think, often change. They can change between seasons. They can change between generations. They can change year between year. As one's attention shifts, so too, I think, do the contextual supports that surround a particular event or situation. And so this correction, the establishment of awareness of one's transgression. So if awareness, this is a tough one for me to navigate, because I want to say that I think it is possible for most human beings, and I cannot say all, there is many situations, but for most human beings, I think that if the adequate picture is shown to them, what they consider to be good will fall by the wayside for the truth of what good actually is. Putting aside the difficulty of establishing the perfection of the good, rehabilitation in all of its efforts depends, I think, on this notion that there, like in the last verse that we talked about, this Redeemer, verse 11, for their Redeemer is mighty, he shall plead their cause with you. The cause is the way to redemption. Or perhaps I should say that their cause spoken by the Redeemer is the illustration to the one that we are being, that is seeing or participating, listening to this experience. They see the whole path of this. They see how it is possible for one person to go from such a darkened state of mind, such a polluted, disrupted, degenerating, selfish existence into something that can understand and appreciate that which is outside of himself, that can take the difficult moments of life, whether it be the early hours of the morning in which the conscious mind is beginning to fire up on its various cylinders. Whether it is within the constant drone of daily life and the mundane nature in which we continue to put one foot after the other, dealing with the possibility of, or the thought of, nothingness and meaninglessness. The degree to which the depths of despair ask us to find good that satisfies us to whatever extent, even if it be something superficial or at the expense of another, to fall prey to the temptation of what we consider to be wicked or evil. It is because of the possibility of the way out of these things that we find correction. We find correction every step along the way, every rung that led us down into that basement. We find correction on our way up, back out of it. Withhold not correction from the child, for if you beat him with the rod, he shall not die. So right now we are at the verge of sort of understanding this correction. I have outlined one possibility that I think is quite a meaningful aspect of correction, and that is the illumination of the entire image of one's behavior, the way in which they fit into the broader whole, the depth of longing, of love, the path towards something that is greater than they currently experience. The path to something that is most fulfilling despite the temptations of the bodily, the vain and the superficial. So there is this, there's the illuminatory aspect. And then I think there is the zombified aspect, the aspect of the human being that, for whatever reason, will not attend to anything. And perhaps there is no reason. It is just sort of an unconstrained heart. Now, this may not be the most accurate way to say this, but it is just existence that is filtered through emotion. It is not reasonable. Perhaps it can be reasonable. Perhaps it can be one or the other. Perhaps it's just a separation of the union of the human spirit. Perhaps it's just reason without feeling. Here I think of a psychopath. Of course, it's hard to imagine a situation that is 100% in one way, but perhaps what mostly happens even at the extremes is a lot of one and very little of another. That in this sense, correction, rather than taking a form of exposure to the good, is the exposure to the evil, towards pain, towards suffering, towards nothingness, towards the threat of death. And perhaps it is because of this illustration that then one sees that if they continue on this path, that they will find this type of punishment for them. Now, there is an unfortunate aspect here, I think, that is possible, of evil, that it is only constrained because these types of forces exist. And it may not necessarily even be to expose it to the evil, or just evil in general that exists, or to illuminate the possibility, but rather it is more for these sorts, competition-based. And that it doesn't matter to them what the image looks like, whether it be good or bad. All that matters is that they keep moving, and that anything that gets in their way, breaks their bones, doesn't allow them to continue, is something that ought to be avoided. And perhaps in this situation, that type of correction, it is the only thing keeping these people at bay. And I have a hard time with that one. But it's a possibility, I suppose, so I must throw it out there. But I would have to imagine in most cases, in my case, surely, it must be exposure to the good, or exposure to the extreme evil. And perhaps the exposure of this extreme evil has to do with the threat that comes in to the ego, or the threat that comes into the self. For if an extremely selfish person is so blind that they are unable to see without them, then this punishment, this correction, may have to do with the exposure of the mind to an experience that is without the self, and to dissolve that ego, and then to slowly build it back up again. This is sort of a psychological correction. I'd imagine that this is more of a spy type of intelligence agency approach. But in all cases, if correction is to be truly had, it involves some transformation. And so I think we can easily plug into here, withhold not transformation from the child. For what else are we correcting other than something that needs to be formed differently? That there was some aspect of mind, some thought that occurred, some behavior that was done, that was out of the form, that was thought of, and since it's a child, thought of by an adult, let's say, to be right or to be good. And so this punishment takes the child, takes that aspect of them, and forms it into something else. It transforms it. It moves it across some barrier. Perhaps it moves it back across the barrier that they had crossed through. It corrects that aspect of mind that is willing to commit the fraud or the falsehood. Withhold not correction or transformation from the child. For if you beat him, this word beat him is interesting. This is something that brings up the image of that corporal punishment. Who are we actually beating? Withhold not the correction or transformation from the child. For if you beat him with the rod, he shall not die. The child is the good one. The reference to him, the reference to the child, I think is a reference to the symbol of this purity. Now surely, when a transformation occurs, there is an aspect of something that does die, since the boundary of the self is transformed. Its shape is literally different. And because the shape is different, I would have to imagine that there are things at the margin that are sacrificed in order to either bring in that boundary of self, the aspect of us that understands our behavior, that thinks things morally acceptable or not. This form, this sort of wave-like, at least my conception of it in my mind, this wave-like apparatus that forms some identifiable thing. It is much like the margins of this book. Without it, I would not understand what I'm looking at. It is because I have something within some identifiable range. It is because of this that I can appreciate it. If the book changed in form, I would be able to tell. I could tell between the form of its opening and its closing. Now, this is a physical property. This is something that is natural to the book. This is not necessarily what I mean, a fundamental transformation. If this book suddenly became alive or sentient, that would certainly be a change in its form. And I think to do that, what I would see happen is the loss of something, a prior form. It may not speak necessarily to the loss of meaning or purpose, but something would be lost, something else perhaps gained. And I think what we are concerned about here is within the loss of correction. It is within the illustration of this beating, this corporal punishment, that we understand that something is being harmed, something is being fractured, something is being broken, something is being formed, much like a potter forms his pots by wet clay. The child is being beaten into form. The rod is a spiritual symbol. It is a thing that can, I think, manifest itself as a physical object. But of course the physical object cannot go to this extreme to end the child or end the form. But perhaps this is going too far. I'm content to say that this rod is more than just a physical object. It possesses the spiritual quality. The spiritual quality is that which adjusts the aspect of the conscious mind to be shaped differently. And within the shaping, there is a form that was prior, that was lost. Now he is that concept of the form. In this world, in this spiritual domain, the rod does not have the power nor the authority to end the form, but rather it only has the authority to shape it. The authority to end it rests beyond this person doing the correcting. And that would seem to imply an interesting thing, because isn't it the case that if somebody beats a child with a physical rod enough and they die, then this is the end of the form? I think in many minds the answer would be yes. But if there is an intelligible world that has some memory to it, that time, as we understand it, and the ego, this continually polluting thing, as experience is separated from this temporal experience, and we imagine a world where it is possible for experience to be known beyond the multiplicity into some unity, where the elements are aware of one another, and they are also aware of being part of a larger whole, the whole itself having some awareness, then certainly in this manner, this spiritual sense, then the child will not die. But I have a difficult time squaring the physical illustration with the spiritual, because there is an aspect, even in the sense of the form, in terms of transformation, where there is this sort of death. But I suppose it It depends on what I mean by death, what my definition of death is. And what I mean by death is that there is not necessarily a property of existence that ends. Or perhaps it is what I mean. Death is an interesting thing. I'll have to back up a little bit so I don't get stuck. Death is certainly an ending. It's an ending of something. In the context of life, it's easy to see, because that which is turns into something that cannot fulfill the purpose that it was designed for, or that it was functionally predisposed to do. And death is nothing more than an alteration in form, it would seem. The ending of one form to then participate in the creation of a new form. Now, in this way, there would be some moral issues here, because we could make the case for that child, but if we beat the child to death, then certainly his body transforms into something. Perhaps his spirit is aware, or his soul is made aware of the broader whole that is a part of. That broader whole is then aware of him as he exits the physical domain, and perhaps the domain of the ego, the domain of the man that has fallen, the deceptive self. So I think this verse may not have a good conclusion to it, but I will say that the rod has the spiritual element, and there are some things that I just cannot solve with this verse. But no doubt, despite that, I will use, I think, some of the information that has been explored here. The other thing I will say is that this verse is not a singular verse. There's a verse that follows it. Withhold not correction from the child, for if you beat him with the rod, he shall not die. You shall beat him with the rod, and shall deliver his soul from hell. So, I think we were on the money, because the rod is the spiritual element. It is not talking about that physical punishment. Shall deliver his soul from hell. That's a big statement. Now, hell is not a word that is seen often. It's not something that I've seen. I can't remember if I've seen it in the Psalms, maybe once. Certainly the pit of Sheol is a similar description. But before this, hell is something that is quite elusive. But much like the pit of Sheol, hell is this spiritual place of darkness. And one has to wonder about the conceptualization of hell. I think hell is nothingness more than anything. It is something of existence, and I think it's almost a selfish conception, because it is a place that the conscious being goes to. It's a place of nothingness that destroys his being, that tortures him. I don't think this is sufficient. Let's try this another way. You shall beat him with the rod. Again, the rod is this spiritual element, spiritual corrective force. By which the spirit, I mean, I'm being a bit loose here, but I mean that aspect of man that is connected to his soul, that is in some sense the extension of him, that is beyond his physical body, that is also limited by his physical body. But his physical body is the thing that gives him, sort of ironically, gives him this experience, gives him this relationship to reality. It is the level at which he intersects with reality. You shall beat him with the rod, and shall deliver his soul from hell. And so what does it mean, then? How is it possible that in this realm, what evidence do we have that within this map of the spiritual domain, within the conscious realm, that this place of hell can exist, or rather, it can be something that is stable? Now, that would seem to imply that there is an aspect of the totality of being that is aware of the potential of nothingness. Now, the awareness of nothingness is difficult. Well, first of all, why do I say that it is because of the potential awareness of nothingness? Because hell is a place that a soul goes if it is not corrected. We have to remember back to this discussion of correction. It's in error. It's in falsehood. It is incongruent. It is something that exists off of nothingness. It is something that believes itself to be something other than it is. Now, this type of falsehood I find to be a bit of a paradox. What does it even mean for something to be false? In order for something to be false, there needs to be some standard by which it is true. And it would seem that the belief, or the ability to believe in one thing that is not true or certain, is the product of a being that is quite inferior to one that would be able to always determine what the standard is. It would be hard to imagine anything that would be able to determine the standard unless it was itself the standard and aware that it is the standard. There are many questions. But again, back to this matter of transgression and correction. The reason that we are corrected in the first place, in the human context, is because if we make a mistake, let's say there's some weight to the mistake that we make, there could be a risk to our survival. It could be a risk to someone that we love. It could be a risk to our future flourishing. Now, not everything ought to be wound up in risks. I understand that. But there are consequences. And what we are seeing here is a particular type of consequence. Now, of course, not every transgression yields the same consequence. But at some level, I think that there is a parallel Within every transgression there is something, even if it doesn't exist at the same level of condemnation or injustice. And this principle of falsehood is something that I'm circling back into and back out of. And that there's something about this falsehood because it is the concept of nothingness, which I've explored before, not just in this episode, but others. And I've said to myself and been extremely unhappy at the explanation that nothingness is unstable. Because what the hell does that even mean? What does it mean for something to be stable? Or for something to exist? It must be identifiable. If nothing exists, then it is also something that is identifiable. Perhaps it's only identifiable as a concept. But in reality, it doesn't exist. This is the difficult thing about it. You shall beat him with the rod, and shall deliver his soul from hell. And perhaps this place of hell is just this thing. It is the paradoxical circling around the concept of something that doesn't exist. The paradoxical circling around something that doesn't exist. I think I can extend that further and say it is the pathological circling of the soul around something that doesn't exist. And the entity or the principality that is expressed through this place, it's difficult to call hell a place, would be then the devil. It is the active behavioral component. My son, if your heart be wise, my heart shall rejoice, even mine. So what does it mean? What does it mean for a heart to be wise? Now, wisdom is something that I've been conceptualizing or defining as, in the etymological sense, it is the love of knowing, it is the love of understanding. And this understanding is a relationship. It is, in some senses, a strategic relationship. It is a participatory relationship. It is something that we can see based on our own experience and perspective, but it is something that we can expand based on the perspective of others. It is something that we can formalize, but also something that we must practice. It is something that we do. It is something that we think. It is the way that we are and the way that we connect. It is the orientation of attention towards that understanding which allows us to connect to one another and facilitate our flourishing. Now, for a heart to be this way, that concept goes down to the deepest of feelings, and that it doesn't require a rational underpinning. It is something that is felt and experienced more than it is something that is rationalized. And because it is felt, it is something that is experienced. It is something that is easy. It's something that flows. Reason, I suppose we can say to a degree that it flows, but it's sharp. It cuts like a knife. And I think that there are elements of reason that serve to disrupt flow. My son, if your heart be wise, my heart shall rejoice, even mine. That's a difficult one to understand, even mine. My heart shall rejoice. Now, to rejoice is this celebration. The celebration of something good, the celebration of something occurring. Within this celebration is the honoring of something, someone. Within the honoring of something, someone is the respect, it is the esteem. It is the remembrance, the reorientation. Within respect, we have the fundamental, the etymological, to see again. Or to look and to see. And in this way, I have this image of a lighthouse, which the light is revolving around this circular axis. And there are times in which this light doesn't shine in our direction, but it does, cyclically. Eventually it locks itself onto us. In this conception, that's wound up within the statement, even mine, as though that the light of God was a lighthouse that leaves us for a moment. I think what's being said here is that if it does leave us, it is because of us. It's a two-way street. It's difficult to say exactly. It is like a rope that ties two things together. If the rope is cut by something, it doesn't necessarily depend on one party versus the other. The two are no longer connected. If they are no longer connected in this point, in this way, they are not related. They are not understood. But I think this is only really possible if some being has a will that is independent of the intelligible, broader whole, which is sort of like a fly, and essentially what is being made unaware is that small fallen component for which the self attempts to jump off with the light that he has into the darkness of nothingness, and invade that nothingness with what he has. There's a degree of it that I think is important. There's a degree of it which I think that which we are connected to would want us to branch out into that space, and into the area for which intelligibility has yet to permeate. But if we go far enough and we cut ourselves off, then we are an intelligible. Perhaps this is getting back to what I was talking about in terms of hell. If we find ourselves cut off, willfully cut off from that experience of that intelligible whole, then we find ourselves alone. My son, if your heart be wise, my heart shall rejoice, even mine. It's hard to conceptualize that. The sense of mine in context of the whole for which we are a part of. It's like a nerve cell trying to consider, a nerve cell that has a self of its own that's trying to consider the self that it is a part of. It's like as though if we had nerve cells that were wise, independently, individually, that in some way enriched us, that prompted our experience into something greater, our heart would rejoice, even though our heart is somewhat, it is made of these things. It is such a strange thing. My son, if your heart be wise, my heart shall rejoice, even mine. I wonder if this is not a tongue-in-cheek kind of expression, or an author's take that I don't understand. Tongue-in-cheek in the sense that the heart of God is not much of a heart at all. For rather, his experience is somewhat like ours, but not completely. And that this even mind is tongue-in-cheek because even his is ours. And ours is his. There's a lot of this back and forth between the whole and the component parts. Wisdom must be the tether that connects these things together. I see no other way around it, really. Yeah, my reins shall rejoice when your lips speak right things. So here in this verse, in verse 16, we have a continuation of the previous verse. This is the voice of God that is speaking. Yeah, my reins shall rejoice when your lips speak right things. So within the reins, what is this? What does this mean? Today I had a reflection, sort of a gnawing reflection that welled up from under the surface. And this has to do with the pragmatic or the practical versus the what one might call the ideological or the theoretical. And there's something within my experience, or something within me, that I think is so desirous of that grand poetic narrative, that there must be something that gives me some meaning to tie down my practicality. And there are times in which I find myself within the poetic landscape, and yet when I am prompted into the practical sphere, there is this well of anxiety that washes over me. And there are times that I have wondered quite intensely why this is. Partly, I'm sure, it's because there's a degree of incompetence in certain practical affairs, of course. But this not need to be the case. If I am to be committed to certain ideals, surely those ideals should guide the way to solutions to practical problems. And I think that within this conflict there does rest the hesitancy towards practicality because of what? Because of the sacrifice that's required? Because doing is actually the expenditure of value, and that the value or the attention that one places towards something is, in a sense, finite, in a sense that wakefulness, that flow state, the arousal of a person has certain constraints and restrictions placed on it. Of course, our will can do much to supersede this, and even in the case of exhaustion and fatigue, we can find wonder, glory, and beauty, and purpose. But again, it is within the practical, not all the time, of course, but there are certain moments in which my mind is just almost as if it is fed up with being. It doesn't understand the purpose, and everything before and after is just this mush. I chalk it up to fatigue, but within fatigue, I think these are some of its elements. Now, there is a solution in here, and I think the solution lies within what this verse is trying to prompt me to consider. My reins shall rejoice when your lips speak right things. For to be guided is to be moved through this rein, through the that strap that guides the horse, that turns the horse, that pulls it to stop. It's an interesting sort of thing, because it is we who are participating within the finding of the right answer. But the right answer is something that is independent of our experience. Perhaps it is intimately related with it, I should say, but it is not entirely dependent upon the selfish consideration. Practical matters, I think, as much as ideological matters, require faith. That the element of doing requires attention, it requires arousal, it requires discipline in order to direct it, to maintain it, to reach certain conclusions. So at the risk of cutting this verse short, I think I'm going to end this episode here, and I'll continue next time with verse 17.